Ready. Play.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. Our good friend Damien will be with us shortly. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know. We may well have Vanch and Jack joining us at various stages. I can already see plenty of love for Jessica Pagula in the chat. Good to see our resident Pagula fan and, of course, eager fan, Ghosty, joining us today. He's got a few ideas. I'm guessing as well, Ghosty, that you're preferring Davidic Fekina over Casper Ruud, the hot dog seller in Oslo. But I can understand that, particularly given the fireworks that Davidic Fekina normally brings. For those of you tuning in for the first time, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And also, don't forget to hit the like button. I need more likes on our videos. Otherwise, my ego goes flat. So please, if you are tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. And you can also do so on Facebook as well and elsewhere. Let me know your thoughts as well on today's match. I've got a poll going. I'm guessing, and I mean a poll in terms of voting rather than nationality. I've also got another poll going back in the background, but he'll be with us in a minute. And I can see that Swiatek has got 60% of the votes and Muchova 40%. That kind of surprises me a bit, but maybe that's because there's a bit of Muchova love out there. But there's the poll. I'm just sharing it with you right now, so you can get voting there. Anything else? Hi, Terry. Nice to have you on as well. Davidic Fekina, by the way, a very impressive win in the previous round. Although, was it impressive? Was it him doing amazing, or was it Zverev not so good? I would like to hear your thoughts. I think it's Zverev's biggest loss on a hard court for many, many years. Damien, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. I can see you just adjusting your position, microphone, etc. Hi, Damien. How are you?
Hey, I didn't watch Zverev Davidovic Fokina, so cannot really give you my comments.
It was a bad loss, put it that way.
Definitely, yeah. Watching this, trying to watch that matches at night yesterday, Alcaraz Shelton. I know you fell asleep. I didn't even begin to try.
Watch the first set. I watched the first set.
I actually woke up in the middle, and I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna lie down. The stream is gonna be there, and I'm surely gonna watch it until the end. That was not the case.
No, I fell asleep. I thought the first 6 games or so was really exciting, actually. Both of them bringing it, Shelton threatening the Alcaraz serve, but I can't tell you about the second set so much. But anyway, I thought it would be a worse beating for Shelton than it probably turned out to be. It was much closer than I anticipated, but perhaps there was a bit of rustiness on Carlos's part. I saw that he didn't have Juan Carlos Ferrero with him. I think his coach for this week is Juan Carlos Ferrero's coach when he was a player.
Who is that? Is that a famous name or?
The name, Vanch texted it to me because I said, "Who is that?" And Vanch just said the name, and then a very quick bit of homework suggested that he was Antonio Cascales.
Okay.
An older guy, let's say. I mean, not super old, but you can tell from his features. And apparently, yeah, he was Juan Carlos Ferrero's coach. So there we go. 3 generations of tennis, so to speak. I also spoke today to Emilio Gomez's father, if you know who that is.
Yeah, Andres Gomez, the winner of 1990 French Open.
Indeed, and a lefty too. And he told me that he felt optimistic that particular year because Ivan Lendl wasn't in the draw, and I think he'd lost to him like 3 or 4 years in a row at the French, and that was the main. That was it. I said, "How were you feeling that year? Did it feel special?" He said, "Yeah, because Lendl wasn't in the draw." Anyway, any other remarks before we embark on Muchova Swiatek, and any other remarks from Canada this week?
No, not really. I mean, are there some other people coming? I think they are.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have Vanch dipping in, and I think Jack might join us if it goes to a third
okay,
set.
that's how it is. So I shouldn't be saving anything for the main stream part itself.
Don't save, just get it all out there.
No. I just have this little theory, that in Swiatek Muchova, we might
Okay.
see that on hard courts. It's actually going to be easier for like Iga to, I don't know, just pummel
Iga.
forehands and yeah,
Yeah.
just for her to just blast the forehand and not care care that much about like Muchova trying to lure her forward and getting her into all of this situational play that sometimes she can struggle with. That's just a guess, right? Though, so we haven't seen this matchup, of course, in hard courts. So.
No, but one thing I would say that would augment that is I just think that the differential between Swiatek on clay and a hard court in terms of level, compared to Muchova, I think Muchova, I would put clay as probably her best surface. I mean, ahead of grass, and then maybe hard court third. Is that fair?
Muchova, it's very hard to tell. I think,
Okay.
she's had runs everywhere, right, at the slams. So, um, I struggle to tell you. Like, I think we could probably start looking at individual matchups, and then that's where I would think that clay is definitely best for her against Swiatek. That's what I think before this match. Let's
Got it.
let's find out. But yeah, that's obviously just a bit of a guess. And also Montreal, I think, like historically, it kind of tends to be better for heavy topspin players than Toronto is. So I would also assume that Swiatek, this is going to be the better venue out of Canada. That's also something that we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, she hasn't played Montreal yet, other than the Pliskova match, of course.
Yeah, yeah. But she looked good in Warsaw. Oh, by the way, just before we get into this, actually, where in deepest, darkest Poland have you been today?
Today I was in. I mean, I've been here since Tuesday. I'm in Kozerki at the WTA 125. Yesterday, actually, I also went to Łódź for a 25K, so it's a bit of
Łódź,
driving
yeah.
around. But basically, I'm going to be in Kozerki until next Saturday. This is because after the WTA 125, there's a challenger. So whereas on the 125, I'm like, yeah, of course I'll go. I sit there, but I don't have that, amazing fun time. The challenger, that's gonna be my kingdom, and yeah, can't wait. But the WTA
Damien, it is your
125 has
kingdom
also been
anyway.
decent.
It is your
It
kingdom
is
anyway.
my kingdom. Poland as a whole, or
No, challengers. I think more so challengers than Poland. I mean, a challenger in Poland is even on another level. I don't know what's above a kingdom. I guess heavenly
No,
or
that's true.
utopia.
I actually haven't skipped a Polish challenger since post 2019, I think. So for the
You
past 4
say
years,
that
I've been
you
to
say that,
every
Damien,
single one of them.
like you've been playing them. I have a similar stat. I used to have a similar stat regarding Champions League finals that I'd been to more than Messi and Ronaldo, but I intentionally used to. But now they have beaten me now. But of course, I mean in the crowd. And I also talk about the slam of going to various Grand Slams and also falling asleep at each one at some point or another. But I'm still missing, I think it's Wimbledon that I've yet to fall asleep at. So that is yet to be
I was
ticked off.
thinking about this today, actually, that like initially when I started going to challengers, this was like the main thing that like I think really hooked me was like being so close to the action and to the players.
Huh?
And right now it's just so normal. And I sort
Yeah.
of started thinking like whether maybe this is also part of why we do this, in order to just live the tour life without actually playing, because that's something we cannot do. I mean, we're just not good enough. That was actually my thought today at one of the matches. So you can see that I have a lot of time to like contemplate stuff during this WTA event.
Somebody else who lives the tour very much is very close to the action is Mohamed Layani, and I'm probably saying his name wrong, but he was in very amusing form before the match yesterday with Alcaraz and Ben Shelton. He, for example, gestured to Alcaraz saying, your towel is going to be green, like matching your outfit. He was manhandling, as well as you can see in this image here, the kids to get in the right position. He also said something to the lady. I think she disappeared. And he said, no, you've got to be centered the attention. He was in a very boisterous mood. He is somebody who wears his heart on his sleeve. And he certainly did that yesterday. But I sometimes think that umpires also like to be close and in amongst the action and enjoy the tour. But there we go. I don't want to compare you to umpires, though, Damien.
No, but it makes sense. Like it's just another way of doing the same thing, right? Line umpires, umpires.
The only thing is, I
Perhaps.
don't know if can you enjoy it? I don't know. I don't know if I would enjoy it. I mean,
Uh,
it's like saying, do you want to be a footballer or a referee? Well, I'd rather be a footballer, and I'd never want to be a referee.
yeah, but do you want to be a journalist or a tennis player? Probably a tennis player, right? But
Of course,
you go
yeah,
for
yeah.
the next best
The
thing, I
next best
suppose.
thing, yeah.
And yeah, I have never umpired a tennis match. I have umpired some table tennis events, and I think it was fun. Like I could imagine myself doing it. It's just that it's basically on the weekends though, and weekends are usually very busy with tennis. So
What did you
I don't
make
know.
of the umpiring decision and scenario with Francis Tiafoe and Ryanich the other day?
I didn't know the rule before then,
No, me
so
neither.
it was something that I learned. I mean, clearly it's right by the rules, but I understand that the guys were like, yeah, just not familiar with it because this is for sure the first time I've seen it in action. So
Ghosty's surprised that you have umpires for ping pong. By the way, let me know about the score on the board that you can see on the screen, and let me know
Mhm.
how, if it might be significantly ahead, I will find an alternative
um,
scoreboard because
yeah, not really.
TNNS tend to be pretty. As I think they're about 8 seconds behind real time, so they're quite close.
Yeah, that's fine. One of the streams that I had was just breaking down and was like a little bit behind, but I still have just one screen here, right? So I won't really be
Oh, good. So you're not too
looking
keen
at
on.
both.
Okay.
Yeah, like it doesn't really matter for me. I'm just gonna come back to the stream to read the comments in like spare time, but I'm actually gonna be watching the stream for the most part. So
Sounds good. Actually gonna go backstage for most parts, Damien.
mhm,
I'll introduce Vanch
sure
as and
thing.
when, or you can as well. And I've got a comment for you to leave you with, which is from Ghosty about ping pong.
What's the comment? Let me see. Oh, you have umpires for ping pong. So yeah, Olympics. Have you ever watched it? I mean, obviously, professional table tennis has umpires. I've played with umpires too, like any university championships or even like some things at high school. I used to play that with umpires as well. So it's not super exclusive. I've never played with an umpire in tennis, I think, but I did play with umpires in table tennis a ton, and they're actually helpful. Like a lot of edge shots are very tough to catch. There's also very, very strict rules regarding the serve. Like you have to toss the ball at least 16 centimeters into the air. It also has to be at a certain angle. So there's a lot of stuff that if umpires didn't exist, the players would actually be trying to bend the rules a little bit, and then who decides what's gonna happen. So most like ultra professional events like the Olympics, the World Championships, they actually have two umpires even at one match. So it's yeah, it might sound pretty crazy, but they're actually needed. But anyway, obviously I wasn't umpiring the World Championships or or the Olympics. Anyway, Swiatek won the first game and it was like super quick. I caught like 2 points, I think. Both of them were pretty much won by the forehand. And let's see what Muchova does with this first game. And actually, she is already love 15 down. There was a very big, deep backhand return from Swiatek. Almost out, but was actually in, so Muchova couldn't get it back over the net. Swiatek is also in the next point, and I think that's going to be an error from Muchova. Yes, it might be classified as forced, just struggling so far with the pace coming at her. That match against Pliskova from Swiatek, I only watched like a bit of it. I heard that she struggled a lot with the wind. After the first set, it was actually super easy, right? She got 5-1 up and didn't serve it out. So it was eventually 6-2, but she broke Pliskova 3 times. It's been a bit of a trend, I think, for Swiatek to not serve out the match. And I think we even talked about it with Vanch maybe on the latest Iga and Carlos tennis show, or somewhere someone asked me about this. I think it was Vanch. And yeah, we talked about that struggle, the struggles to close out the sets matches from Swiatek, and basically I can't really remember what I said, but I think we just said that even with that she is winning as much as she's winning, but clearly that there is a bit of a trend recently with this, like the fact that she is doing it more than other players. And anyway, Muchova just won the next 2 points, though. Great serve now. And also on the previous point, I think there was a very deep backhand down the middle that caught Swiatek off guard. So she's back to 30 all. As usual, I think in Swiatek's matches, you kind of look at this first game for the opponent. And if the opponent can't clinch it, sometimes it ends very poorly, very quickly. I see there's also wind again today. I think both places, right? Montreal and Toronto have been pretty windy, even though it's a pretty large distance actually between the two cities. The weather tends to be very similar. I think the last few days when it was raining in Toronto, it was also raining in Montreal. Maybe not like exactly at the same time, but basically the same days. Great backhand return from Swiatek. She steps around her forehand. Actually, she hits it. She hits it off the inside and backhand, and Muchova just commits the error on the slice. So there's that break point in the opening game. Then again, when they played at Roland Garros, Swiatek had such a big lead, right? And then it got complicated. Also, it was a very different match, of course, a very different stature, a very different occasion, right? A Grand Slam final. Here we have an WTA 1000 third round. Maybe nothing spectacular, but certainly still a big match for both. And Muchova fires a great serve to get it back to deuce. I will also talk about, in a second, I will also talk about how Muchova has been doing since that Roland Garros final. Because part of why I think she sort of needs to produce today is that, it just hasn't been great. And we shall see if she's going to find some better form. That's a great serve out wide as well to give her an ace and a chance to get the first game on the board. So basically, since making the final at Roland Garros, this is just Muchova's sixth match, and 3 of them, of course, have come already in Montreal. I always have to stop and think whether it's Montreal or Toronto. And now I have it on the screen because it's on the court. But when I had a close up on one of the players, I actually didn't see it. But yeah, of course, Montreal. And before that, she lost in the opening round at Wimbledon. Julie Meyer, so a very tough draw, the quarterfinalist from 2022. And then she also was in Warsaw. Now she commits a forehand unforced error to get us back to deuce. Then she was also in Warsaw, where she was like projected to play the final against Swiatek. That's what the tournament wanted. That's what the fans wanted. It didn't happen because Muchova in the second round was up 5-1, 40-15 in the decider against Rebeka Szramkova and lost that set. 4 match points if memory serves right. So that I think there is a bit of a need in Muchova here for a big result. Then again, she's kind of already done it with the Kirstea and Potapova. Part of me wanted to say upsets. Of course, they're not upsets anymore because Muchova, after the Roland Garros final, is high up in the rankings. She was the seeded player in the section. But definitely a tough draw, to get to the third round of a WTA 1000 as a seeded player, to have to get through Kirstea, who was so good at the Sunshine Double, especially this year, but also Potapova, who I think must have been like one of the lowest ranked players not to snatch a seeding. That was really rough. So so this is kind of big for her already, I think. Potapova was at 27 in the WTA rankings. Kirstea was at 31. I think the lowest seed was like 19 or something like that. So certainly kind of unlucky there with her draw, Muchova, but she made it work. Part of that bad luck is, of course, facing Swiatek now, and but she clinches the first game. There's just a forehand error from Swiatek on that last point. That was a bit like middle of the net. Nothing that she really. It's pretty unclear, like if she was going for too much there or what, because it was just a pretty poor shank there. Anyway, Swiatek back to serve then. 1-0, so we have the guarantee of a competitive match. Sometimes it's like that with Swiatek, right? If she goes up for free love, you kind of can turn the TV off, and when she is in trouble early, then you should be watching. And she puts herself into more trouble early. This point was very interesting as well. A huge topspin forehand, like a lot of loop on that one. It seemed like it was going out, but it actually falls in. And on the back of that, she decided to approach the net, but then just tried to play the volley like really close to the body. The positioning there, not great, and she puts it into the net. So she finds the first serve here, but that's actually a big return from Muchova. And Swiatek can't get the timing right on this half volley approach, really putting her into trouble on return here with that shot. Muchova. And love 30 down. Suddenly from almost being 2-love up, Swiatek might be in trouble here, but also, in the previous game, Muchova was, dug herself out of this hole. Exactly this, love 30. So maybe Swiatek is going to do the same. She will be helped with a good serve, 15-30. And by the way, the reason why I'm saying that like Montreal has been like historically more favorable for like maybe topspin players rather than some super aggressive guys is mostly like, even if you look at who's won it, right? Toronto is the one that Federer won twice. Tsonga won it in 2014, right? And then Nadal was more successful in Montreal, a bit more vulnerable to upsets in Toronto. Does that actually hold up? I think on the eye test so far, I think yeah, and it could be a key factor in this matchup, but maybe not so far as Muchova approaches the net with a slice, and Swiatek has the chance to pass her with the forehand, but she just misses. She corrects the mistake though with an ace down the tee, but there's still one more breakpoint to be saved. So. Another big serve down the tee, and Muchova won't be able to make this chipped return. Surprisingly good servings from Swiatek so far. Maybe not so surprisingly, right? This element has improved this year, even if you don't see it every time. I think maybe the clay season especially, it just wasn't as important, but the hardcourt season will probably tell us a lot in regards to how efficient it is, especially if we see her playing against some like huge returner, right? We never really got that chance on grass. We never got to see her against, like, I don't know, Karolina Garcia, against Elena Rybakina, and the likes. But maybe in the hardcore season, we're going to get a chance. That should be a point for Swiatek. Yes, another good serve. She gets an easy +1 forehand, puts Muchova deep into her forehand corner, and the Czech is not going to be able to produce the pass. The short return from Muchova was just not good enough, and Swiatek is quick to pounce. Now advantage to go 2-up. And another good serve. Again, Muchova is struggling to read it, and again she's struggling to put it over the net. This time not chipping it, but trying to sort of block it. It did not work at all. So 2-up for Swiatek after 14 minutes, but it was a very eventful 2-up. Muchova in some trouble, then Swiatek in even bigger trouble. Let me see if there was anything in the chat. Oh, a lot of that. How do you say Chwalinska? Maja Chwalinska. That's how you say it. Maja is, of course, in the semis of the WTA 125 in Kozerki. That's why Ghosty is asking. She will play Hriet Minen tomorrow. It's about 5 p.m. local time, so probably around where the Toronto action will be starting. I'm excited for that match, although, having seen Minen in the past 3 rounds, I don't know if Maya's run can continue, but it's still pretty big for her. after lots of injuries recently and also mental health struggle. My video appears frozen. Not for me. I don't know. Hey Max, Jack will be with us shortly, apparently. Peach is mentioned in our anniversary video. Is there like a mention to all members, or is there something more? I can't remember. But I did see this video and definitely recommend it. You should see it regardless of whether if you're in it or not. And I think goes to again about the sounds in Polish. It's chwalinska. So before fa you have chwalinska. That's why. Yeah, it's not just falinska. That would be falinska, just starting with F. So it's chwalinska. Chwalinska. Yeah. The Polish lesson for today is done. So let's see what Karolina Muchova will do. I think there's this big Polish singer that you're not gonna know, but like she's like 70 years old and she likes tennis a lot. She likes playing tennis. She likes posting about tennis on Facebook. And I recently read a post from her about her basically ranting about commentators mispronouncing names, and it was very funny. And one of the players there was Pliskova. I think she was saying that the commentator was doing it like Pliskova or something like that. Yeah, I guess that wasn't really hilarious if you don't know who the woman is, but well, sorry, tough luck. Anyway, Muchova was trying to take that +1 forehand very early. She misses it slightly down the line. Swiatek saves herself there with this crouch forehand. And now it's some great play, but did she miss it? I think she did. Yeah, great shot angle earlier with the forehand, but then she just misses the kill shot by a little bit. So really, really good chance missed there for her. She could have been very love up on Muchova's serve, but just misses the finishing blow by a tiny margin. The returning has been pretty good though so far. Definitely handing the Muchova first serve better than the Czech is handing hers, and that reactive return here is going to give her the point as Muchova misses the +1 forehand. So 15-30, and Swiatek will be kind of desperate to look for this break here, try to get a lead. She was close to doing that in the second game of the match, but of course then had to battle to save her own as well. Haven't really looked at who they're going to play next. I might do that in a second. I was just talking about Swiatek's returning being better, but this one she cannot get it over the net. Obviously a good one from Muchova as well, so it's not really so it's not like she really had to do it. Fernandez or Collins, that's pretty interesting. Daniel Collins obviously famously beat Iga in the Australian Open semis. She also had a fantastic match at this year's Australian Open with Karolina Muchova. So if it would be Daniel Collins playing either of these players, I think that would be a very good story. Leila Fernandez, to an extent as well. Swiatek, I think, probably wouldn't really struggle against her. Muchova, tough to say. Anyhow, deep return from Swiatek to give herself another break point. When either player slams this big return down the middle, the opponents have been really struggling to handle it. As we know, Muchova missed 2 breakpoints so far. Swiatek missed 1, but she has another chance to make up for it and potentially take the lead. Was this serve in? It seemed to me like it might have been, but it's actually going to be a second one now. Swiatek will probably be looking to take this one very aggressively. Will she manage? Well, Muchova will not ask her the question as she double faults to give Swiatek the 3-1 lead. Maki McDonald up a break on Raonic, says Ghosty. That would be an interesting result. Although it looks like it's actually raining in Toronto, so let's see if what I said earlier holds up. That these cities are surprisingly connected with the weather. Hopefully not, and at least from my stream, it does not look like so. Ooh, I think Muchova was again trying to approach with the size offensive use of that shot, which is pretty rare on the tour and definitely something that separates her from the pack. But this one just clips the net, but it stayed on her side. So 15 love, Swiatek. But this sort of play gave her one of the points in one of the earlier games. I cannot exactly remember which one right now. Swiatek gives herself a nice +1 forehand opportunity with the serve, but she misses it. This one was not by a tiny margin, though. This one was actually out by quite a lot. We also see that Tomasz Wiktorowski is back in the Iga camp. He was not there in Warsaw, but Swiatek said it's definitely not anything, special. They just decided that the best time for him to take a vacation was exactly that. So Warsaw. And, clearly she didn't really need him. She won the tournament. Of course, I'm joking because she was apparently calling him after every match. And even on Saturday, when she finished her clash with Janina Wickmeyer and had the next one in like 45 minutes, she actually still talked to him over the phone. So, oh my goodness. What a spectacular shot from Muchova. Was kind of out of position there. I thought that probably she was not going to be able to even put the shot back into the court, and yet she actually fires a fantastic counter down the line. I love the movement as well of this ball in the air. You for a moment there, you really couldn't tell if it was going to be in or not at all, and then eventually it just finds the court as if it was on, under some sort of spell, basically. Ooh, and Swiatek definitely in a bit of a dry spell right now with the with another +1 forehand miss. Actually, this one wasn't going to be like any kill shot or anything. It actually would have been like still very much neutral, even if she landed that, but she nets it. So 15-40. There was also a very similar lead, right? 40-15 in the previous Swiatek service game for Muchova. Back then, the Czech didn't take it. Part of this was Swiatek's serving, and now maybe the serving will help her again. Although, that +1 backhand, like it really was very close to going out. So, not much margin there from Swiatek, but she actually finds it. She finds the line with this backhand. So, one more breakpoint.
Hi, Damien.
I hear something. Yes, I just wanted to say that I hear something. Hi, Jack.
How you doing?
Fine, absolutely fine. I'm in in Kozerki for the WTA 125, but they basically just had doubles left, so I was okay to come back and do the stream as well.
Sounds like quite a good event. You've got an all-Polish set of quarterfinalists there, right? According to your tweet.
Yeah, it's been done already. Like today was the quarterfinals day, so we have just one left. But at least we have this one semifinalist now left, which definitely wasn't a guarantee. Especially looking at the draw, most of them were actually like huge underdogs in their first matches. So yeah, I think this event definitely is going a lot better than expected for Poles, which also makes it more exciting than expected for me, since I'm not the biggest WTA fan, especially at the 125 level.
Yeah, there's been a bit of contention about that recently, Damien. I don't know if many people are the biggest fans at 125 level of WTAs, given the marketing, etc. That's not what we're here to talk about though, right? We're talking about Iga Swiatek v Karolina Muchova. What have I missed so far, Damien?
Not much, it's definitely been closer than the 4-1 that we are heading to. Muchova had a couple of breakpoints in the third game and also a couple of breakpoints now. But generally, Swiatek has just been saving them with some good serving. But otherwise, yeah, not really much. My assumption before the game today was that on hard courts she was actually gonna find Muchova a bit easier than on clay, just because it's like she's not gonna have to worry about her luring her forward and like having to content her in some situational play that I think like on clay is just easier to execute. And that she's just gonna blast the forehand. And so far, I guess it's sort of working out. But yeah, as I said, like 4-1 easily could have been 3-2 Muchova, let's say. So it's not like it's a domination.
I was quite intrigued actually on what your thoughts on the matchup might be, because certainly before the match I had the same feeling, Damien. My thoughts basically were that I felt as though Muchova couldn't mess with Swiatek's contact point as much as she could on, say, even grass as well, or clay. I think if they'd played on grass, that would have been a tough ask for Swiatek as well. I feel like the fact that Iga's going to get a truer bounce more often than not will actually work in her favour. And it feels as though maybe the only thing that Muchova's got going for her is that she's got a lot of firepower in that forehand. She could probably live with Iga going cross court, maybe rush her a few times, but honestly, not sure what else she can do, because getting forward is going to be harder, right?
Yeah, fully agree. Montreal is also like usually a bit more pleasant for heavy topspin players. It just catches the spin better than Toronto, so that's also not great for Muchova in this matchup. Before we even started, like just talking about the match, John was here for like a second, and we got to talking about Muchova's best surface. Like he was posing that question, and I said that it's super hard to answer this question, but you can certainly find like her best conditions in certain matchups. And I don't think Montreal is good for her against Iga. But again, so far it's been really close, despite the 4-1 scoreline.
I actually said before Wimbledon, I thought Muchova's favourite surface should be grass, and then I got and then obviously she gets knocked out in like the first round or wherever it was. I still kind of want to stand by that. I feel like on paper she could be a really good grass court player. Maybe there's some movement issue. I know, in all honesty, I didn't watch her enough at Wimbledon to know if she's got a movement issue there.
She's made the quarterfinals like what, twice or?
But yeah, there you go. Exactly. I'd forgotten that. Yeah.
I agreed with you there. I don't know if I still do. Probably I still do. After Roland Garros, she didn't really play a grass warm up, and then she got to, which is understandable. She had a very long campaign in Paris, and then she goes to Wimbledon, and she's just like thrown into such a dangerous quarter, and especially even Niemeyer in the opening round, right? Quarterfinalist from the year before. I don't think we can really judge her by this Wimbledon. But I think I said something similar to you actually. Like maybe after Roland Garros, John was asking at which slam do you think she, makes the final next, or at which, or if she doesn't, like at which slam do you think she has the best chance? And I think I said Wimbledon as well. So I'm either on board with you on this like delusion train, or we are actually right.
There's something about a check slice, Damien. I think that's basically what my logic stems to. Lovely slice just to come forward, mess with a lot of WTA players who just can't deal with a slice back. I think, as you say, Niemeyer as the first round at Wimbledon, a hard hitter, somebody that can just blow her off the court, that's not a great matchup. Had it been somebody else that she could maybe out-varieted, then I think we probably would have seen a different result. But we're here, we're 4-1 down, we're love 15, now love 30. It's not looking great for Karolina in this case either.
Yeah, I'm trying to look because I think even after Niemeyer it was rough, right? Okay, so it was like supposed to be Noskova in the second round. It was actually Galfi, but then Alexandrova Sabalenka, So yeah, Muchova was just doomed at Wimbledon, I guess.
Yeah. We're getting a recipe for a Czech apple slice there coming up. They're listening to me there. I love it. Ghost there, Muchova checks all of Jack's boxes. I don't approve of that one, I'm afraid. You're getting a thumbs down for that pun, I'm afraid, Ghosty. Not the biggest fan. Got to be better than that. 15-30, by the way, for Muchova. As she served down an ace, that was one talking point I wanted to bring up with you, Damien. We saw it at the French Open when she played Swiatek in that final. When Muchova's serve is going, it's actually huge. It's really, really good. And there was times where I was properly blown away at the pace she was finding, the placement she was finding. Maybe it's just not as consistent as the Ash Bartys of the world, but there's certainly potential there for that to just keep growing and growing because she's got enough delivery on it. She's got the placement on it every so often. It's just, there's not every player can say that, right? So I honestly think her peak with that serve as well is pretty damn high.
Absolutely. Just one of the players that over the years we've kept saying that if she's healthy, she's going to have big results. And it probably happened even faster than we thought.
2 break points though, Damien.
Yeah, I know. There was a question about Vondroušová. Damien, is the tennis literati underrating Vondroušová? So should I understand literati is like the highly just the hipsters or something like that, or how should I understand literati in the context of tennis? Or I guess anything else than literature. I guess it would just be like well-educated people in tennis, right? So no, I mean, I think these people are not.
There it is there. Producers helped us out. Journalists part of the conspiracy, I guess, is the question. The media.
The media.
Yeah.
I mean, we as people very deeply interested in tennis are definitely not underestimating her.
Mm-hmm.
Or underrating, I think, was in the question, but that's the same. Maybe the general public was. Right now, lots can happen in terms of like the general perception of Vondroušová, but it's good that she's already won a match, right? Like if she was just flopping after winning Wimbledon, I know what people would have said instantly. Like, just another new
typical
random major
WTA,
champion.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of course, she's won it against Karolina Wozniacki, who was out for 3.5 years, but still showed a very decent level.
Wozniacki will make you pull your hair out. I still think that was a pretty good win because she by no means was playing that rustily. She was pretty sharp immediately. So I still think that was a pretty good win, definitely, because it could have got stickier than it got. Obviously, it went to 7-5 in that second set. Vondroušová was up a double break and stuff. She did well to right the ship, definitely. By the way, Swiatek had 2 break points. She squandered both of them. Muchova now looking to win an advantage point in her amazing return from Iga, though. Snuffs it out. That's one problem with Iga in hard courts. I actually feel like sometimes she gets a little bit of a better read off of the return. So if you give her, I would be intrigued, Damien, to find out her second serve return percentages on hard and clay. I bet you there's not a massive difference in the two. I still think because it's clay, she'll have a better percentage on that surface, but I would imagine she's got a pretty damn good performance in second serve return on hard courts as well.
Oh, I'll check that. I guess 2023 is like the time frame that we want, or do you want something?
Give us
larger?
last 52 weeks. Why not?
Last 52. That's fine. Let's see about that. But yeah, maybe you're right. Like I feel like a lot of the time she's actually a better first serve returner than second serve, just because she just goes for it, slams every single second serve return, and sometimes it's maybe not the best way to go in terms of winning points in terms of just like sheer percentages, but of course it maintains a certain level of pressure on the opponent as well. So
the thing is with Iga, I don't think she has to play the percentages so much because she's winning so many return games. It's just, she might as well take a swing at a lot of returns like that. I honestly think it's the best thing for her. And she's a confidence player, Damien. So, that was a lovely little touch from Iga there. I don't know if you saw that one. Maybe you might need to catch up, Damien. That was a fantastic little half volley. Anyway,
which point was it?
It was the second advantage point of this game. A half volley from Iga.
I think I'll have it now, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I think she framed it a little bit, actually. But
yeah, she apologized. But
yeah,
still a cool shot.
Have you got that number for us, Damien? I'm intrigued to find out.
so far I'm struggling because I can only find the return points one like as a whole.
Are you not in
Not-
tennis abstract?
I am.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, like even in return points one, it's actually just 0.8 the advantage for clay.
There you go. Okay,
So
point
so
proven.
that already kind of tells you that this is right.
Yeah, that pretty much sells it to me, Damien. Thank you. Yeah.
It goes down like about 3 or 2.5% on grass, but of course on grass it's also a very small sample.
Yeah.
But yeah, that already kind of tells you. I guess maybe there is a way to get the second serve return directly. Like I can get it in every single match. Like I can see it in every single match, but I am not sure how to get the average out of it. But
Iga is smacking forehands at the moment with a little more purpose than the final, I would say. There were so many rocky moments in that final. I just feel like all the nerves are off in this match now, and chances are with Muchova not able to disrupt Iga quite as much, I don't see why the traffic changes here. I feel like Swiatek's going to keep the momentum for the entirety of the match. But I'd like to be proven wrong. But she
Yeah.
spots away another to go juice again.
Just like even like looking well sort of manually, but just looking at all the scores without comparing the average, it has to be like about the same in terms of the second serve return points on hard and clay. Basically she hasn't gone below 40% over the course of the last 52 weeks. She's always winning at least 43% second serve return points.
Oh my god. Amazing consistency. By the way, Muchova spraying a forehand long there. So now break point for Iga, the fourth break point of this game. Just seeing there from the producer, just showed a bit of Murray for Jack. Did you catch any of Murray yesterday, Damien? Is the hope alive in you?
Hope for what?
Hope for what? Come on. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair question. the hope for just Andy, Damien. Let's not say Grand Slam champion. Let's not say Grand Slam quarter finalist. Let's just say, do you believe in Andy? Can he do something? I don't know.
I definitely believe that Wimbledon, like if he beat Tsitsipas, he would have gone much further.
Yeah.
That was one of the best matches of the event, probably.
Yeah, and it was a great opportunity as well.
Struggling so much with Max Purcell, that's not amazing.
Not amazing, but probably better than most that Max has had a great season in a lot of ways, and he has.
Just not the last 3 months, and I think especially at major level, like I don't think his style is exactly going to work most of the time. But against Murray, it could, like someone who won't blow him off the court, like someone who won't just blast through these slices.
What I actually found the most interesting was, but I kind of knew that obviously as a doubles player, his ability to deal with Andy's variety was probably a lot better than most. So he wasn't really getting outfoxed in that sense. And Andy played a terrible match. Honestly, it really wasn't good. So he did a good job to hang in there. But I think.
So do you believe?
I believe that the fact that Andy won did actually inspire me with a bit of confidence, because that's the kind of match recently he would have just lost. He was terrible, and really he would have just lost more easily than that. So to get the win, despite all the circumstances, Damien, was quite impressive.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, he's won a few of these this year, but mostly at the beginning of the season, right? Lehechka and what else was that? Of course, Kokinakis Berrettini at the Australian Open.
Yep, both of those.
Yeah, Muchova not yet out of trouble. I see another breakpoint coming.
She did manage to jam up. Well, it was almost amazing. She did manage to jam up Iga's backhand at one point there to save another breakpoint. And there was one before that, Damien. Sorry, I didn't comment on it, where Muchova played a volley from basically her shoelaces. Brilliant control. It wasn't off the serve. It was off a pretty tough ball. She did really well to save that break point. But she is facing now a fifth break point of this game.
Yeah.
So uphill battle. She puts a big serve to the body of Iga, but straight back to the baseline. Never ever really going to trouble Iga. The body serve repeatedly. So that is another game. 5-1.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of also the thing that sometimes when a big pace serve is coming at Swiatek, she handles it even better than when she actually has to attack it herself, and that was a rough version of it. So 5-1, and again, like it really could have been 3-all easily, but you're not gonna see it in the score, and that's not how we were gonna remember it either.
I see Ghosty in the comments saying, okay, I've seen enough. This match is over. I know Ghosty is not a fan of Iga, and I know that this could be the case for other people as well. I feel like he thinks the score is going to be too predictable. And I think he's mentioned Iga's lack of charisma in the past. Damien, how do you find the fact that I'm not going to talk about the charisma, but I'm going to talk about the fact
she's wearing a hat, right? So you cannot see her face.
Yeah. Do you find Iga's the fact that she just keeps winning boring, or do you also think
absolutely.
that's a bit of an urban myth for this season?
That's not really this season. It was also the case in 2022. I even talked about it with Vansh recently. I think it was after we recorded the episode of the show, so I don't think it's on the show. But like we said that, sometimes when she plays early rounds at a slam, especially, you're kind of looking to see like whether it gets complicated. But if it's not, you're probably not even gonna watch. And I've had it in many other sports. I've had it with many other players. I think out of the big four, when they were like at their prime, Federer was the only one where I actually like still enjoyed, whatever performance, even if it was 6-1, 6-1, I still enjoyed it. But I honestly did not like ever enjoy watching Djokovic, Nadal, Murray just demolish their opponents, especially when you knew that it was going to be a demolition. And in tennis, nowadays I don't really care. Like I don't really have favorites most of the time, but in some other sports that I was following, definitely when someone got a bit too dominant, I used to start just rooting for the opponent in order to see a better match. Like I don't know, in darts there was this period where Michael van Gerwen was like, just killing everyone, especially maybe 2017. He won like almost all the majors, and I was just rooting for the opponent every time because I wanted to see a decent match. I wanted to see something close. Now he's not that dominant anymore, and I really like him as a player. So I understand if people feel that way. I still think there's been enough matches recently, and this year especially, even enough rivals for Swiatek, so that it doesn't feel that way. But early rounds at slams, especially like the first 4 rounds at Roland Garros, you could just throw them out in the trash. Like nothing was happening there.
Fair.
Do I take pleasure in watching that?
No, I mean, it depends.
Maybe live. Like if I was there live, maybe. But even in Warsaw, honestly, like by the time we reached the final against Siegemund, I was not enjoying the match. I was enjoying the first the first match against Abduraimova was actually kind of tough, but let's say the second against Liu wasn't, and I was still enjoying it because it was still a relatively and not a new experience watching Swiatek live, but like still something I don't do every week. And just by the time we reached the final, I was not interested anymore. I was just hoping for the double bagel at some point because just get this over with. It's not a match. So I understand if people feel that way. In terms of the personality, I don't really get it. She's not Casper Ruud. She's she's a lot more interesting.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Casper Ruud's pretty damn bland. No offense, Casper, because he's a very nice guy, very respectable. I'm definitely camp. I'm super impressed by Iga, and I could watch her play a double bagel and probably still kind of enjoy it. Because I think the fact you can take a professional player on the other side of that net and not even give them a game, playing incredibly heavy, just consistent ground strokes, there's something very fascinating about that as a coach, at least. I don't think for a layman, just watching them put the ball in play and the other person implodes, that doesn't look that fun. But for me, just seeing, like, you have to recognize that the other person is a professional athlete. They're not bad at this sport. So I do feel like there's quite a lot of fascination about it, just to be able to produce that over and over again by this just mental set of ground strokes. Like, it's impressive. It's very impressive, and I do enjoy it a little bit. But I'd prefer to watch Iga struggle a bit, obviously. The best matches of this year have been the French Open final, the Madrid final, and that one with Rybakina actually as well at Rome was very, very interesting as well, despite the retirement. So, yeah, when she's struggled, Damien, I'm definitely more Team Iga.
Yeah, I think in Poland, she's just so big right now. Like the fascination is so huge that people would just watch her do anything. Like even if she was playing, I don't know, 16-year-olds, and not Mira Andreeva 16-year-olds, but like 16-year-old juniors, normal juniors. I think people would still enjoy it. But especially if you're like just, not exactly, I don't know, a fan of Iga, but just a fan of the sport, I understand you're not watching her play Xinyu Wang at Roland Garros. I probably didn't see that much either. So
yeah, fair. We had Ghosty there, by the way, just pointing out. Oh no, sorry, that was John in the back, just saying Swiatek was up 6-2 in a break versus Muchova at RG. So this, I guess, isn't over yet. If a little bit of nerves creep in, I don't see why they would. It's not the biggest match in the world for Iga. I don't think she really minds if she wins or loses, which probably means she's going to win. So we'll see what happens. But yes, she was in a similar position at RG. Let's not forget that. So she's taken that first set 6-1. Let's see if Muchova can find her range.
You kind of know these days, watching a Swiatek match, like really regardless of where it happens, you kind of know that there's a big chance it's going to be quick.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a 70% chance she wins in under an hour.
I wonder if we've got the stats. I don't think they give that in Tennis Abstracts, but just in case.
I mean, there is match time there, so you can just sort it by...
I'm not sure they give you an average, though, for the year. I'm just
average, I don't think so, but, we can just see how many times she finished in under an hour, and it's going to be pretty damn huge. Absolutely. Well, to this year, under an hour, maybe she hasn't finished all that much, actually. There's no stats from Roland Garros, where I think she might have had at least one against Xinyu Wang, whom I just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
But generally speaking, over 2 hours, she's only went 8 times this year out of 55 matches. I think the one against Haddad Maya possibly could have been, and the one against Muchova for sure. So let's say 10 times in 55 matches over 2 hours.
That's not much.
Yeah.
That's really not much. I don't really know how to put that into context. I guess if you saw some of the men's match times over best of 3, might help put in, like Novak, for example, it might help. But yeah, in case nobody got that, that's not much at all. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. When I was in Warsaw, and there were many scheduling issues regarding the rain. I remember talking to a lot of people about this, like not necessarily people who could actually change something with the scheduling, but we were just wondering, what they will do now. Like, for example, they moved one of the was the semi? No, it was one of the quarterfinals eventually to another court, which I said was like the only decision they could make. And I remember someone using this argument that, but there's going to be an Iga match. So you only have to reserve like 70 minutes for it in the schedule. I was like, no, you cannot look at it this way. But like, yeah, that's how people perceive it. They just look at an Iga match and they're like, okay, so it's going to be over in less than an hour and a half. Whereas for another match, you would be reserving 2 hours. Of course, you cannot really do it, but that's how people look at it anyway.
It probably worked out like that, I'd imagine, but there's no way you could do that. That's just
a tournament cannot do it, but people definitely are looking at it like this.
Yeah.
I actually feel like a little bit of compassion here for Muchova, because a 6-1 is just such a like a normal looking score for Swiatek, I guess. But at the same time, it really shouldn't have been a 6-1 set.
That's very Swiatek, though, isn't it? She does that.
It is.
Just gives herself a chance in every single return game. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, points won so far, 37-26. It doesn't sound like a 6-1 set, does it? Pretty wrapped up.
Yeah, and also 0 out of 4. I think Muchova was on breakpoints, right?
Yeah, 0 out of 4. Yeah.
Yeah, twice 1540. So
Who knows? Could be getting a bit of traction here. I think, from I didn't see the start of the set, but certainly Muchova was struggling to find her range. And actually, in the French Open final, it took her a while to realise she didn't have to kind of go all out to win points, I guess. And I'm sure she's aware of that. But maybe there's just a little bit of adrenaline at the start of the match, swinging for stuff a little too hard.
But then there was also that factor of being tired, right? Because she had this viral illness or something like that, which her coach only talked about after the slam. But also the fact that she played for so long against Sabalenka, she was 2-5 down in the third, so she basically entered that match thinking that she's super tired and that she's gonna have to blow Swiatek off the court. Then she realized that perhaps she doesn't need to do it. Iga got tight, and that's how we got the third set, and a very tough third set for Swiatek as well.
By the way, 40-15 for Muchova. She does have a couple of game points just to get herself on the board immediately in this set. Again, though, a bit of Iga magic. I wouldn't be surprised. Huge backhand return already, rushing Muchova a bit. They're going cross-court backhands. Swiatek immediately down the line. Big forehand down the line. Muchova on defense, and then just easy down the line. The ability to change direction on that backhand, Damien, is grossly underrated. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, and something that I really like. If there was like one takeaway from watching her live this year that I had, it was certainly just the fact that when you when she sets up well for a stroke, it's just impossible that she will miss. Like that, everything is so clean technically, so sharp, so tidy, that it just feels like she has to make it, whatever the shot is, really.
Yeah.
And
it's
so safe, but at the same time so powerful. So
yeah.
And another big return, of course, Deuce.
I'm tiny bit behind. I'm excited to see if it's a
no. You're like 20 or 30 seconds behind, but I will keep going like this in order not to spoil it for you too much.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It was a good backhand return, to go Deuce. And this is what happens. You've got 40-15 leads, 2 big returns. You can never get into the point, and all of a sudden, Iga looks like the favourite for the game again. Good rally direction stats there as well for Prime. I don't know if you've got that, Damien, but Iga's the one that's changing direction the most off her backhand. Absolutely not surprising. Just touching on what you were saying there, such a technically sound ability to come up the back of the ball and brush it down the line compared to so many other players. Good little 1-2 there, by the way, from Muchova to give herself another game point. Yeah, how are you feeling about... Here's a good question, Damien, as we maybe approach the end of this service game. Do you think Sabalenka's lost a little bit of that pizzazz, I guess, that she had at the start of the year? She had sorted the serve out. She probably played her best match ever against Rybakina, I would say, in the final of the Australian Open. And she's maybe just lost a bit of that killer instinct, I would say, since then. That's certainly how I feel. She's still playing by far well enough. Her base level has risen to get to the semis of big events and stuff, but not seeing quite what we saw at the Australian Open. And there's question marks over whether or not she can challenge Iga, which is, I guess, the bigger question.
Right now she's like not someone that people are just putting into the final instantly when it comes to events like Montreal, Cincy, US Open, right? Which in the beginning, in the first half of the year, like everyone just instantly thought of her as a finalist, and then let's see who is. At first, it was let's see who's in the final from the other half of the draw. Then of course Swiatek sort of emerged after Rybakina, but I don't know if we can really talk about it yet. She won Madrid, which was also a spectacular set of performances outside of the first set against Mayer Sharif. Of course, Rome losing to Kenin. We've probably talked a lot about this one as well. And the French, she was again really good until blowing that 5-2 lead, right?
Yeah, but
So
she did blow that 5-2 lead. I think
I know, I know.
she should have won. Really, I think she should have. She didn't play great tennis. Gave herself a good chance of getting to the final, not playing great tennis, but she didn't win. And honestly, she was playing. She had been playing well enough up to that match for me to see her beating Muchova, and then she kind of blew it. If I'm honest,
Yeah.
so
Both Rybakina and Sabalenka lost to Jabeur at Wimbledon, which you probably like can have like mixed feelings about, but most of that will be because of Jabeur's final showing. Like in these matches, she was actually insane, and yeah, just picking up some amazing shots off the baseline. Obviously, she has a lot of variety too. Should help against players like that, Sabalenka, Rybakina. So I don't know. I think the crisis, like it's a bit early to talk about it. But if she, I don't know, doesn't perform in Montreal and Cincy, that's probably where I will have to admit that it's there.
yeah.
I didn't see the match against Martic. I'm not sure how eventful it was, but yeah, I think it's a little early just because since Madrid we've only really had like 2 early losses, but they were in the warm ups, and then 2 slam semis where both times she had a lead, I guess, right? Against Jabeur, what was it like in the second set? I think there was a lead.
It was a point for 5-3.
Point for 5-3. Okay.
She already had the break. Sorry, so she was up. Would have been a point for 5-2 then. I think either or, Damien. She would have been within a game of the final.
Yeah.
So it was pretty bad. Honestly, again, she had chances in that game. She probably should have done better. I don't want to chastise her too much because her season's been so obviously so good with the Slam victory and Madrid victory, and her peak's still amazing. But she'll expect better of herself, definitely. And I want somebody, basically the bottom line is, Damon, I want somebody right there challenging Iga all the time, kind of bringing out the best in her instead of her just being able to kind of coast along, essentially.
Yeah, she still has the lead in the WTA race. It
does.
has shrunk a fair bit. Like it is about 490 points at this point in time, I think. So it has shrunk, but it's still there. The US Open is, of course, the big chance for Sabalenka to gain that number 1 ranking spot if only Swiatek can lose early. I don't know. Let's see how she does here, because I think that still getting to 2 Grand Slam semis with her style being so consistent with it, that's kind of huge still. And I think she's just been playing still far too good to talk about the crisis, at least yet. Even in the beginning of the year, she had this match against Krejcikova in Dubai, right?
Yeah,
Where she also blew a huge lead. So I guess that would already make 3 losses this year where she had a huge lead.
Yeah. In fairness to her in that one, Damien, she's since obviously went 3 wins in a row against Krejcikova, so I don't think she'll be too distraught about that one.
And they were very comfortable as well, right? Like too comfortable for us to start thinking about Krejcikova as like one level with Sabalenka, Rybakina, Swiatek.
Swiatek just getting herself out of a bit of trouble there. 30-all, great forehand just to snuff it out. After some really, really good Muchova returning as well. And 40-30 at the moment. Will she get the points? Just hanging in there at the moment, actually. Muchova kind of bossing the rally a wee bit, actually. Swiatek regaining control with her forehand. You probably know the result of this already, Damien. Big slice to Iga's forehand, not going to do the job. Oh, amazing defense from Muchova there. This is a great rally, Damien.
Yeah. Best point of the match by far.
Yeah. Oh, amazing from Muchova. Eventually wins the point with a couple of forehands consecutively cross court. Great stuff. That was big. We might have a match in our hands.
I don't know, Ghosty, if Iga can drink beer or not, but I recently heard that Hubert Hurkacz said in a Twitter Q&A that he has not tasted beer ever.
What? Oh my god. Hurkacz is such a nerd.
Someone asked him, do you like beer? And it was even like beer and even like a funny form. It was definitely a weird question to ask to a tennis player, but I like it. If there's a Q&A, definitely go for like a question with a bit of a wink. And yeah, Hurkacz apparently said that he has never tasted beer, so
That is, it's pretty surprising, I've got to say.
maybe he was not saying the truth. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't want to feel. Maybe he just didn't want people to feel that he's unprofessional. I don't know.
Always a bit of PR. It seems unlikely though. It's probably him that set up the Q&A, and yeah, that's very surprising. At the same time, he is such. Wasn't kidding about that. He is a bit of a nerd. He comes across as a very kind of like, not in a terrible way. I just mean like in a very shy way. He just seems very introverted, very professional at the same time. Maybe it's not too surprising. Iga, by the way, crawling out of juice there, gives herself a game point. Muchova with... Oh, it was out. Sorry. Yeah, so she held there.
Yeah. Thought that was in as well, but on my screen we have the win probability, the most important stat in tennis. Before the match it was 83% Swiatek. Now it's 95. So no one believes in Muchova anymore. In our poll here on the YouTube stream, we actually had 60% votes for Swiatek and 40 for Muchova. So that's a lot of trust.
That's ambitious, I think. I think some people just like to start it up in the poll. I don't think if they had to put their house on it, who would they actually go with, right? I mean, come on.
I think we had this. I was also doing this Polish stream of like an analysis of the Toronto draw before it came out. Before the tournament started, and we had a poll in regards to where Hurkacz will get. And most people actually voted for quarterfinals at least, which would mean that he either beats Alcaraz or Alcaraz loses to Shelton or Zapata Miralles. And I remember saying that it was like super optimistic because I thought that I was the optimist when I just said third round in the poll. I thought I was already optimistic, given the fact that he had to play Bublik in round one. And
surely nobody's looking at the draw there. Surely they've just clicked that. That's
maybe it's possible, but like we were talking about the draw, I don't know. Maybe
be reasonable, Twitter.
Maybe it actually happens today. I think he has a much better chance that non-Polish people think. Just like he did against Djokovic at Wimbledon.
You got to have a good serve against Carlos. You're not going to, I don't see the Davidovich Fokinas of the world grinding Carlos out from the back of the court. It seems unlikely. Like, you're probably going to have a big weapon to hold your serve. So, he's got a good chance, actually. He does have a decent chance. The way he played at Wimbledon, basically only Novak's, winning in 4 sets there. There was like so many moments where Hubert Hurkacz could have taken control of the match, and he played well there. I don't, obviously the grass is a different beast, but he's serving well. He might have a slight outside chance. I'd give him like 25%, I think, Damien.
Yeah, on grass he would have had a better shot, but I think on hard courts still, and in Toronto, it's possible. It's also like not the best part of the season for Alcaraz so far. In terms of the previous years, of course, not this year, because so far we've only seen him play one match. But yeah, a fun comparison, like this is the last thing I'm gonna say about Hurkacz and Alcaraz. Like a fun comparison, I think, is just looking at their hold percentage and break percentage this year, which is basically like Alcaraz is holding about 86% of the time, 85% of the time, Hurkacz about 88%, and yet on return, Alcaraz is breaking 35% of the time.
Can I take a guess? Can I take a guess?
Yeah, you can take a guess.
14%.
15, yeah.
That was close. Okay, there you go.
It's down by a lot compared to previous years. So, like, if I asked you this in 2022, then you would have been, wrong by a lot, I think. But maybe your answer also would have been different without like the 40 tie breaks or so that he's played this year, right?
Yeah.
So. But yeah, it's just such a huge disparity, that you can really see why he is about 20-ish in the rankings, and Alcaraz is at the top, and Djokovic of course is in like the same ballpark with the serve, with the holds and breaks as Alcaraz. So
yeah, By the way, do you want to take a punt, Damien, at the last time Iga Swiatek lost from a setup?
Well, that doesn't really count, I guess, but against Rybakina in Rome,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah. No, completed match. Let's say completed match.
Completed match.
Yeah.
Well, I will think about it. I will think about it because I'm pretty sure it cannot really be. Well, against Svitolina, she was 5-3 up, but she lost the first set. So I'm pretty sure it's not going to be this year, right?
She hasn't lost this year from a setup, no.
Yeah, and last year it's probably going to be somewhere last year. Is it Krejcikova in the final? I can't remember who won the first set in Ostrava in the final.
It's Krejcikova in Ostrava last year.
Okay,
that is the correct answer. So yeah, before that it was Ostapenko in Dubai at the start of the year.
it's not. So it's not.
No, it's Krejcikova.
No. Okay, you're just saying before Krejcikova. Okay.
Yeah, before that.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I was saying in the last couple of years, from 2022 onwards, we've had 2 losses from a setup, and obviously the loss to Ostapenko was the last loss she sustained before winning.
Yeah.
However many matches in a row.
37.
37. That was it. So, yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Muchova did get the hold there though. And, Swiatek looking a little bit rattled in some of the points. It's not been particularly clean in some moments. She's given her a little bit more to think about, Karolina.
I'm sure John knew that one about Krejcikova in Ostrava, and Elena as well. I see right in the chat about it. But John probably knew that as well, as he's like a huge Krejcikova believer, and anytime there's a big event, he just needs Krejcikova to win it.
I imagine his Krejcikova hype will probably have died down a little bit in recent months.
Not really.
Oh, really? Okay.
Recently, I can't remember what it was, but maybe we were talking about US Open contenders. I think we were talking about US Open contenders, and like we said that on the men's side, there's basically just 3 of them, and on the women's, of course, 1 billion. And I think his answer to like who's the biggest one outside, I don't know, Sabalenka, Rybakina, Swiatek, I think it was definitely Krejcikova. So I was surprised with this, but at this point I've gotten used to his hype.
Yeah, fair. I had a dream that I put a bet on Karolina Pliskova to win the US Open. now I feel like I have to follow that dream just because it happens.
There could be some good odds on it, right now.
Did. So actually, the bookies didn't give odds for it, Damien.
Okay.
And I messaged bookies in particular to get odds for it. I was given 33-1. I thought that was an absolute scam, and I'm not betting on that. That's terrible.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I didn't bet on it. I was like, 33-1. Have you actually looked at Pliskova's recent results, guys? I mean, come on.
You could have written that. I mean, you could have commented on it. Have you looked at Pliskova's recent results?
I was unimpressed. I really was.
Yeah. That doesn't sound huge. I'm actually gonna check like who's around the same 33-1, but that doesn't sound like a good offer. No,
it's not. It definitely isn't. You'll get like the Qinwen Zhengs of the world, I imagine.
Yeah, Madison Keys, Belinda Bencic, like around this Qinwen Zheng. Yeah, sometimes lower, sometimes higher. Maria Sakkari. Yeah, it's not a good offer. Definitely not. Ostapenko. Yeah, these are the players that they have about 33-1.
They've got a way better chance. Way better.
Alina Kornieva, 67-1. I love it.
What? 67? Some of them are just ridiculous. I mean, come on.
Yeah, like she has to qualify first, and then she has to win 7 matches. But Emma Raducanu did it.
Yeah, exactly. See if Azarenka had been healthy. Honestly, I wouldn't have totally.
Yeah, depending on the bookie, it's like between 50 to 75, maybe something like that. Yeah.
So the injuries turned me off a little bit. But
that's where I would see Pliskova probably.
Yeah.
Or maybe even lower, honestly. But yeah, 33 is pretty ridiculous. That's even with your dream, I don't think you should take it.
I also asked for Clara Towson for a laugh. I got we're love 40. Sorry, we'll come back to the match just for a second.
We are love 40, and also you're gonna see it in a second, but like Swiatek has just committed a +1 forehand error to get it down 1-3. So
okay, Wow.
Something.
Interesting.
What a performance yesterday by Maria, says Elena. Maria Sakkari, I suppose. I mean, you can always lose to Daniel Collins. There's nothing wrong in that.
On a hardcore, 100%. I mean, she
Ghosty
is
will be happy to hear that too. I think maybe he left or something because he's not as active as usual in the chat, but he's
No,
a big Daniel Collins fan.
He said he was leaving after Ego went up 6-1 after she won the first set 6-1.
Yeah, but then he was still there for like 10 minutes.
I was smoking. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I messed up.
Undid her whole Washington run. I think the final performance actually. I think the final performance from Sakkari undid her whole Washington run rather than the performance yesterday.
Yeah, it's fair. That's fair. It's another. To be fair, she got through our semi-final. We can't just be like, oh, she lost in our final. Well, she won a semi-final. So
she still won in 7, I think, in finals. So, and of course, just that one long time ago in what was it, Rabat?
No,
or Casablanca or whatever.
Actually, maybe
one of these Moroccan one of these Moroccan series.
I thought it was somewhere else, but you might be right. Yeah, she's now, what is it, like 1 in 31 then in finals and semi-finals combined, something along those lines.
1 so you mean if she gets to the semi, like how many times she
won the title
into final? Possibly, yeah, something like that. Definitely 1 out of 7 in the finals. And I know like very recently she was in like 26, 27 semi. Since then she's picked up a few. Yeah, so it will be something along these lines.
Yeah. I was doing a very quick comparison. So obviously a lot of the time the women get a lot more flack than the men. Sometimes justifiable in some cases. Other times, you look at Sakkari's record in semi-finals. It's not 10 times worse than, let's say, Grigor Dimitrov, who is now, I believe, 33% success rate in semi-finals on the tour.
And over the past, how many actually? I think over the past 5 years and a half, he's only had 1 final in Geneva, which is wild when you think about it, right? Because at the same time, he's had many good runs in like ATP 1000 slams, but yeah, he's just not winning these smaller events. I understand. Dimitrov in general is a bit of a baffling player in terms of his career, right? Just 1 year basically where he was among the best in the world, obviously top 3 at the end of the year, won the ATP finals, won an ATP 1000. But besides that, he's just like a solid top 20 player. Yet there are still people who think of him as like, a top 10 player, let's say, which most years doesn't really hold up.
Okay, at his best, maybe. At his best, maybe.
Yeah. I think Dimitrov is actually getting overrated quite a lot these days.
Yeah.
Like people think of him as like this sort of talent that should be just in the top 10 constantly. Whereas I kind of think that maybe his peak was even actually a bit too good. He was in 2017, Djokovic and Murray were not around. At the ATP finals, I don't think he had to beat either Federer or Nadal. In Cincinnati, he also didn't need to, right?
Who knocked out Goffin knocked out Federer.
Goffin knocked out Federer, and in Cincinnati, I think Federer was not playing because he got injured in that final in Montreal.
It was Kyrgios,
and Nadal, and Nadal knocked out Kyrgios.
Yeah.
Kyrgios
knocked out Nadal.
Kyrgios knocked out Nadal. Yeah. So for me, it's not like he was ever truly as good as I think some people consider him to be. But of course, a great semi against Nadal in Melbourne. Maybe he wins the whole thing if he wins that.
Maybe. If. There are no Fs in tennis, as Nadal would say. I don't think he would have beat Fed, to be honest.
I think he had like a pretty bad matchup with him, about 1-7 maybe in the head-to-head. Right, he only beat him
more than that, right? I think it was more than that.
Oh, maybe even more, yeah.
Yeah, it was bad, Damien. It was bad.
Definitely 1 win just at the US Open when he was when Federer injured his back.
Yeah.
Again.
For those, by the way, obviously you can see the score on there, but yeah, Muchova doing a really good job of just staying
1-7.
off.
1-7.
It was 1-7.
You misled me there. Yeah, but by the
Never
time
doubt,
they would have
Damien.
played in the Melbourne final, he would have been 0-5 against Federer.
Right. Yeah. Even the US Open one felt a little bit like Roger was playing nowhere near his best, and he still managed to get he still managed to take it to a fifth set, is what I mean. It's like
couldn't twist his back in the fifth though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabat 2019, which is what Elena says as well, says that in the Greek press they talk about it a lot.
Really?
Because it's the same week Steph won Estoril. That's interesting.
Oh, really? All right. Wow.
Didn't know that, but yeah, that must have been huge for tennis in Greece.
Must be frustrating for Greek tennis fans. How many finals is that over the last couple of years that Sakharine and Tsitsipas haven't been able to convert into a title?
Yeah, and how many wildcards is that Petros Tsitsipas has not been able to convert?
Not to traumatize Karolina in the chat, sorry.
Yeah, but by the way, how do you feel about how this set has been going so far? Like, is there anything that Muchova has been able to do?
It's kind of what I was touching on. When I was saying Muchova in the French Open final kind of steadied her game, and then all of a sudden all the pressure was on Iga to make the plays. It's kind of felt that way, like a very, very steady approach into the net there to win the first point of this game, for example. Not overplaying the forehand, just putting it in the right place, asking Iga to do a little more. I would imagine her first serve percentages went up because I do feel like Iga's swatting away second serve returns when she gets the chance. Probably that's going to be the case, but yeah, generally just not going for as many risks on the forehand, just finding a bit of a steadier rhythm. I think Iga could raise her level, but I've not seen it yet, Damien.
Her percentages are actually at like virtually the same level, but yeah, I mean, otherwise, of course, I agree with what she said. Certainly, like the last few points, it's felt like, especially the previous game, like Swiatek is just trying to create something out of nowhere. She has a ball that isn't really that attackable, but she goes for it. She has to find that line, otherwise she doesn't really know what to do. And there was even this one close-up shot on Swiatek where she really looked like a bit lost. Maybe she finds it very quickly. Maybe it's not going to be an issue, but of course, so far Muchova 4-1 up and potentially a deciding set looming.
What's Iga's return games won percentage for this year, Damien?
I haven't checked that. Do you know that, or?
Don't know it off the top of my head, but I would imagine it's probably around 50%.
That would be ridiculous, but it's possible. Like that
it's
would
possible.
be ridiculous, but it is possible. Like if Djokovic and Alcaraz are breaking 35% of the time, then she must be over 45, I guess.
Yeah,
that's basically what I would say.
It honestly could be over 50%. I'm like the way some of the matches go is enough to just push the scales in her favor. It'll be close. My final guess is 47%. You might be looking up at the same time as me, Damien. I don't know.
Yeah, I am, but again, I'm running into a certain issue. Like on the WTA profiles, I guess, on Tennis Abstract, it shows you return points won instead of
return games won. Oh no, I've got break percent. I've got it.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, for this year, we are talking 48.8%. I was pretty close. Okay. I was pretty close. Who's top of the leaderboard in the top 50 this year, Damien? None other than Lisa Serenko.
Really?
Yeah. And actually, her sample size is pretty big. She's played.
Yeah, I knew she was like high. I remember someone pointing. Because that's where you went. Okay, to the leaderboard. Yeah, I remember someone pointing this out to me.
Mm-hmm.
But like that, she's very high. But I wouldn't still expect that she was gonna be top of the leaderboard.
Same, but to be fair, sometimes it can be total fluke. Like if you play, a player like Putin Seva 10 times in a row, that's going to skew your stats quite a lot. That's too much.
52%.
It's quite a lot, though, isn't it? It's mad.
Yeah.
Very, very surprised.
Obviously, she's not gonna be that high in hold percentage, so she kind of has to. Actually, that's amazing. Yeah, she's in the WTA leaderboard in tennis abstract. So the top 50 players, she's actually last.
Oh, in hold percent, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
she
wow.
is the only player below 60%,
Wow, okay.
and she's actually below 60% by a lot, 56.3. So yeah,
Right, okay. So she
that's
holds
how she pulls it off.
she holds almost as many times as she, or the other way around. She breaks almost as many times as she holds. That's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
And that's how she's not a lot higher in the rankings. But yeah, was not expecting that for sure. Swiatek is actually fared in holds as well.
Oh, third in holds. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Out of just the top 50, but I would assume that in the next sample it's not gonna be that much different.
Yeah.
Unless you start factoring in players who are not competing on the WTA tour all the time, then they could have better stats, but they're also playing against weaker opposition.
Yeah. By the way, Iga really looking quite loose in this game. I saw an approach there with a backhand down the middle, maybe forced into it a little bit, but still, I've not seen her so eager to get into the net on points normally, and then spraying another ground stroke long, just regulation, second shot of the rally. Yeah, it's not looking great for her actually, and honestly, if she beats herself, it wouldn't be.
And by the way, since I last checked, your answer to the Hurkacz, break percentage question was actually dead right, because since I last checked, he went down to 14.0. So
there you go, amazing. That's not a bad guess then.
yeah. Only 2 players in the top 50 are worse, and yeah, that's not a great crowd to be around.
I'm gonna guess. Isner's not there now. It would be. I'll come back to you on that one, Damon.
Sure.
Advantage for Iga at the moment. Gets a lovely little net court to finish off the game there. Pretty lucky. So 4-2. And if we're talking about that percentage, maybe Iga's got about a 50% chance of breaking here, which ain't bad odds when you're talking.
Yeah, and this is certainly like the key game of the set. 5-2 is going to be so hard to come back from, but 4-3 and suddenly we're instantly back into Iga favorite to win the set territory.
Yeah. Exactly. Like players that aren't getting over 14% in the top 50. Jesus.
Well, under, but yeah, you know what you're looking for. So I think it's just...
Yeah. I mean, Bublik
is close, but he is a bit
better.
Higher.
Yeah,
he is a tad better. Like I can tell you that the players who are slightly better than Hurkacz are basically Grigspor, Bublik, Sonego. Interestingly, I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah, and then everyone else is above 17% at least.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the two players who are below Hurkacz are at 13.3 and 13.1. Yeah, I think if you think of them, you're gonna know it. Like it's pretty obvious that these guys are gonna be low.
It could be a small sample size for Berrettini, who's still in the top 50.
No, Berrettini is a bit higher, but yeah, like 17%.
Cool. I'll still need to keep thinking about it. Iga, by the way, wins the first point of this service game, but Muchova doing a good job of just mopping up short forehands at the moment. Obviously, loads of power there. So Iga, when she's struggling for depth, is getting beaten. But how often does Iga struggle for depth? This can't go on. This can't go on for too long.
Still raining in Toronto, by the way. So we only have Montreal, and the other match going on right now is Puskova against Kasatkina. They're on serve in the first. Interesting point here as well. It seems like Swiatek was going to just easily take over after that deep return, but the counter from the get from Muchova was really deep too, and it surprised the ball. So
yeah, it was great. Great change in direction. Have we got somebody else joining us? I think we might. Let's bring him in. Oh, Vanch is here. And he's gone.
Hello, Vanch.
He's vanished now, Damien. I don't know what happened. He appeared for a second and now he's gone again. Maybe he's not meant to be here. I don't know. I don't know. Just walked into the wrong room, maybe. Oh, great return from Iga there. Just a little bunt return to go deep. Muchova again coming into the court, though. Takes control of the ball and 40-15. Amazing power from her so far. Right, Damien, I give up. Who are the two players?
They're both from the same country, is what I can tell you.
America.
Yeah. Now you should find it.
I still can't. Cressy. Cressy.
No, actually not.
He's at the top 50, innit?
Yeah, he's not in the. He's out of the top 100, I think. But yeah, Cressy would have been there, 100%.
TFO's not there.
No. TFO is much better, over 20%.
And Tommy Paul would be the same, and Sebi Korda.
Yeah, Tommy Paul would be even better. Yeah, Korda is better than TFO, and I think Tommy Paul would be like high up the list. Yeah, 24%.
Fritz.
No. Also a lot higher. About JJ Wolf, Francis Tiafoe, Sebastian Korda, they're very similar.
That's a lot of Americans I've named.
They're both relatively new top 50 players.
Yeah, Shelton and who's the other one? Who am I forgetting?
He's an even newer top 50 player.
He's even newer than Shelton.
Yeah.
Is there somebody obvious?
Yeah.
No, I can't remember who it is. Go.
Had a huge run to get there, so that's why he's obvious. No? Chris Eubanks. Chris
Eubanks, obviously. Oh my god, yeah. A little too new to the top 50. I totally forgot about him.
The two friends, Chris Eubanks and Ben Shelton, having fun there at the bottom of the ATP top 50 break percentage leaderboard. But that's a great couple of points from Swiatek as well. Forehand winner, then a backhand winner, and we're back at deuce. But just pummeling shots there. Like there's no tomorrow.
I love seeing her go down the line like that. She doesn't even take it close to the line. It's because she can do it so consistently and so like on a dime. It's so hard to read. It's just like she just takes it like up the line by about 2 meters.
You're gonna love the first two shots in the next point.
Oh, great, lovely. And then another, great slide. I don't know if she wins the point from here though. She doesn't.
Yeah,
she doesn't.
I was actually talking about the return and the half volley from Muchova, but yeah, the third one was good too. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was to be fair. Yeah, sorry, of course, Muchova going underappreciated there. That was a lovely pickup because the return was absolute money. Yeah, Iga being met blow for blow here. Great pace absorption. Not many who could have lived with that return. So Muchova doing a great job of hanging in here. Putting up a proper challenge. Right, here we go. Does Iga rifle a second serve return? Can Muchova deal with the heat if she does? You probably already know, Damien. Oh, okay. Double fault. Probably the right time to take a risk, to be fair. I would have said. Right, here we go. Second time lucky. Vanch, can you hear us?
Hello, guys.
Hi, Vanch.
Hello.
Hi, Vanch. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, good. Just enjoying a little bit of a contest now. You got getting challenged a wee bit by Muchova.
Yep.
How are you?
Doing well. I'm actually getting ready to go to Cincinnati tomorrow. I have an early morning flight I have to catch. But,
amazing, Vanch. That's going to be so good.
Yeah, can't wait.
Is Cincinnati as soon as next week?
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised.
I know, yeah. I should know that, but I didn't know that. I've not looked at the calendar.
Iga Swiatek certainly knows how to hit deep returns, though, and she
Yeah.
finds another couple of them to get the break back. So, as we were talking about earlier, probably the favorite to win the set from here again. Well, not probably, definitely the
Definitely.
favorite to win the set from here. And these 2
Yeah.
points, right, that she had, that Muchova had to win to get up 5-2. These might be
I
some
had a
things that
feeling
we
that
get back to.
Muchova. I had a feeling that Muchova, had she secured that 5-1 lead and somehow gotten the double break, that would have been. That game felt important when Iga held for 2-4.
Was there a breakpoint there? I can't remember now.
I believe.
Yeah,
There
was.
were a lot of deuces. I remember there were a lot of deuces, but
Oh, actually, yeah, good point. Maybe there wasn't.
Yeah, I think it just kept switching between.
Yeah,
no breakpoint.
well, actually, not that many deuces, right? Just 2 deuces. It felt like more.
Just two of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like more for sure, but yeah, and then the 2 game points that Muchova had here, right?
40-15.
But they were like excellently played by Swiatek. There was nothing really that she could have done.
Or actually,
but
3 game
yeah.
points, right? Because 40-15 plus another.
Oh,
Yeah,
there was
an
another advantage.
There was
another advantage. Okay, you're right. Yeah.
It was a great little backhand bunt return, just looking at it back at 40-15. It's one you don't normally see from Iga outside of hard courts. You know, she normally will take a rip at pretty much any return she gets. I feel like she's improved that shot so much. And it's it's done her a little bit of service there. I don't think she would have got out of that return game had she not been able to get that return so deep. So good stuff.
The first set was really good serving from Iga under pressure. That was she really upped that up.
Yeah. 4 breakpoints for Muchova there, and I think all of them were like saved with good serves, and eventually maybe the plus 1 shot, but yeah.
Yeah. One of the more competitive 6-1 sets for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about
45 minutes
that.
or so.
Yeah. So before Jack came in, it was really competitive. Then he came in and it was a little less, but still, like when you look at it as a whole, yeah, it Muchova did not deserve to lose it 6-1. Definitely not.
Again, it'll be interesting to see if Muchova can wrestle control of the match with her forehand. That was a fairly good example of one where she threw everything at Iga. Iga stayed in the rally for pretty long and then probably missed the easier shot in the end. Love 15. Alina in the chat talking about our Greek players there. Is that a Greek proverb? A lot of shadows and a lot of caves? I've not heard of that before.
No, Ghosty said it earlier that in the words of Plato, a tournament title is just shadows on a cave wall.
I see. Lovely ace out wide from Iga. The Iga serve, by the way, I don't know if the jury's out on whether or not that shot has now 100% improved, but she certainly has been doing work on it. She obviously has talked about it in the past. You know, she's always trying to improve her game. If there was one obvious thing, it's going to be the serve, right?
Yeah.
And it certainly looks as though she's getting a few more free points off it. When she has been kind of, pushes come to shove, yeah, it's not quite as impressive as a lot of the other players, obviously. But I would say overall it has looked a little bit better. I think she's a little bit better at flattening out nowadays. I'd be intrigued to know exactly what's went into that process and how happy she is with it now. But she kind of likes to hold her cards pretty close to her chest most of the time. So tough to say. I once contacted Daria Abramovic actually to try and get her on my podcast, and she was very kind. She was like, "Yeah, I'd be keen to talk to you, Jack, but I can't really reveal anything." Basically, we've got a very kind of strong, non-disclosure agreement between myself and Iga, and I think that's kind of how Iga rolls. She doesn't like to really reveal much about what goes on behind the scenes. Don't know if you guys get that impression. Yeah, or if there's anything you can reveal about what goes on behind the scenes. Because Iga, I feel like it's all quite closeted and quite secretive.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Like, guarded and doesn't want to say so much about what specifically they've been working on. and you feel like Daria has a huge role in the team in terms of
Yeah,
not just
perhaps even bigger
psychologist,
than the
but
coach.
yeah,
There's a
yeah,
lot
for
of
sure.
urban legends, about this in Poland. I think, like I've
Well,
been in a lot of conversations about the role of Daria Abramovich in her team, and people have different feelings about it for sure.
people
I've
theorize.
heard that like Viktorovsky only really like when they have a training session, for example, and it's I don't know at 10 a.m. and it ends at 12 and at noon. Viktorovsky comes in at 10 a.m. then leaves at noon, but Daria is with her like almost every hour of the day. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
I've heard people
you guys,
speculating on it before that maybe they're glued to the hip and they could be, they could afford to spend a lot less time together. I've also heard people theorizing that it's more than just a friendship.
I've heard it too. Like honestly, you cannot really exclude the possibility.
Yeah, no, you can't.
yeah,
To be fair, you can't.
Maybe.
Oh, obviously, at the end of the day, it's obviously none of our business, really. But
Yeah.
I suppose if it helps, if that's what helps on tour, then it's a little fascinating. To be fair, I'd be intrigued to know from that perspective.
True. And there's the break, kind of out of nowhere. Just a couple of sloppy errors and 5-3. So it's like Muchova got that 5-2 break after all.
That was poor from Iga, though.
Yeah.
She's angry with
Yeah, those
herself,
last 2
slams the
points.
ball down.
Just the last 2 points, yeah, not good enough at all. A double fault as well to go to 15-30.
Sometimes that forehand can just disappear on her at times.
That's what it felt like at Roland
It
Garros.
kind of comes out of the
Certainly.
blue, like.
Was that in?
No, it wasn't.
Was it? No, it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, I also thought it was in, but must have missed it by just the tiniest of margins, which in her situation at the moment is not what she wanted, of course.
Of course. It's a little. It's unfortunate for Iga in a situation like this where the match starts to run away from her, that her name is plastered all over the tournament. The stadium walls.
Oh, did she? You're gonna see something. Okay, she landed it. Okay, but that would have been a miss. But anyway, yeah, I was laughing about this the other day. That back in the day we used to have Rogers Cup, and I remember being
Yeah,
very confused by it as a kid. Like I was
Yeah,
like,
fair,
really?
fair.
It's Federer's Cup, and like he's playing in it. He has a whole tournament, and then I actually found out that it's not Rogers Cup, and it's also, of course, not Iga's stadium. But
Yeah.
it's kind of wild, and there's a connection there with the players basically playing at their events / stadiums.
Of course, the tournament used to always fall on. It used to always fall on Federer's birthday.
Oh
So
yeah,
being on
that's
August
true.
9th.
Yeah, like Felix Auger seems, and I think one day before Alessio Di Mauro,
Tatiana Maria as well.
Oh
yeah. Another
it's something
unreturned
about
serve, by
August
the way.
8th and 9th and 12th and 16th. It's like almost all the best players are like born in August or May or June.
Or maybe, well, that's
or January,
or like every other month. But yeah.
No, I get that though. Andy, Djokovic, Nadal, right? That's May, June.
Alcaraz.
Yeah,
Rune.
Yeah, there you go.
Swiatek.
Oh, Rune, I guess end of April, but.
Well, yeah, you guys know what to do in September if you want to be bringing up a great tennis player. Get to it, guys.
Well, December is when New Year's Eve happens, right? So
yeah,
perhaps
that would be a September birthday, though. I guess. I mean,
yeah, it wouldn't be August, you're right.
Yeah.
This game is pretty crazy,
Always
with
going down every year.
with the huge forehand winner from Iga. Now you're gonna see the next point, and again you're gonna be like, "Did she make it? Did she make it?" Not gonna tell you yet, but
Ooh, that's got to be in. I'm saying in. I'm saying in.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right on the line.
I was thinking in too. I think Muchova just gave up on it very, very quickly, and
This feels to me, Damien, the usual kind of margin for error from Iga out the window. She's just having a swing at things. She's trying to loosen up, and yeah, had she won this game, had she lost this game, whatever, she's just quite happy to kind of swing freely, which normally does Iga a world of good. As soon as she starts getting tight, as Vanch kind of alluded to, it's a lot of the times can be the forehand that gets a little bit looser. So I think, just having a swing is probably the best idea.
Yeah. I feel like the forehand is both her biggest weapon, but also
double-edged sword.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, the backhand is definitely more consistent, but then again, she also uses it differently.
Yeah.
She doesn't take that much risk with it. Well, she still takes a lot of risk with it, but just not that much. It's not the primary tool of constructing play, so it makes sense that she is basically way less violent.
Do you feel like
way
when
more
she's
violent
hitting
with forehand
when she's hitting the backhand down the line, well, that really opens up the court for her.
Yeah.
Similar, and it's like kind of a mark of her confidence, just like Nadal on his forehand down the line. I kind of feel like
it's not the shot that gets the most winners. It's not the shot that gets the most errors, but it's just as vital.
Yeah,
I don't know, Vanch. I don't know. I do feel like she has such good control over that shot that actually, you would expect her to make that shot in most situations where the forehand is maybe the one that, obviously, as you say, it's up and down, and that's probably a better sign of her confidence, I would say.
For sure.
It's my feeling.
It's just another way to kind of get the short mid-court forehand and then just really just attack.
Yeah, because there was moments in the French Open match where she had forehands that you would never ever expect Iga to kind of decelerate on or miss outright, and there was a lot of kind of questionable stuff going on. Obviously, Muchova does a great job of kind of disrupting Swiatek's rhythm in a lot of ways, but she still could have done a better job of controlling that shot in that situation. So
there's also not that many WTA players who, like, when they have a short ball, they take it early down the line with their forehand, and they come in right behind it and then knock off a really nice volley. Muchova is so good at that, like just the approach and volleys combinations. Like that, just when that forehand is firing, then she can just get to the net, finish with some really nice put away volleys. Like, it's not even like drop volleys; they're just really good deep punching volleys too. Like, it's
I felt like, the way that Muchova was able to stave off the threat of Iga's backhand on clay, that was one of the ways she was able to do it. Because I feel like in any other situation with any other player or most other players, that backhand just resets the point because Iga's so good at defending from that corner. Yeah. So Muchova was like so good at kind of picking it off and approaching off that side where other players would have just been back to square one, having taken some risk down the line.
Yeah.
But again, off of clay, it's a little tougher. It is a little tougher to get forward. It's back at you a lot quicker, so it's pretty hard.
Yeah. And then Iga, like deep in that third set at the French Open, she did such a good job of like actually getting to net herself and like putting away some tough volleys. So, like, she was like really forced to do that. Most players don't even force her to do it. I mean, she basically plays predominantly from the baseline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a few that come to mind, Vance. You're quite right that she really had to be clutch on, and she did such a good job. Speaking of clutchness,
she's in a bit of trouble here, though.
Yeah, I take it that's love 40.
Yeah, that is love 40. Yeah, that's another forehand error there.
Oh, you don't miss that, Iga. You don't miss that. I thought it was the one before that she was going to miss, Damien, and she missed the open space, basically.
Yeah, so we had like the most competitive 6-1 set ever, and then we have a set that if Iga wins, it's going to be One of her best comebacks.
Big if. Yeah, this is looking dangerous. First break point. Let's see what she does. Can she snuff out the danger immediately? Decent serve, not decent enough. Good +1. Muchova defending a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Iga's taking control, but she sprays it wide. Set to Muchova, 6-4.
That was quite a game.
Yep. Certainly was.
Probably not the sort of style that Muchova took the second set in Roland Garros in. Lots more, I guess just not that many, net approaches and like luring Iga forward as there. Yeah, just mostly absorbing pace well and getting these errors from Swiatek, which usually maybe won't come, but this game they were coming in plenty.
Yeah, she really trusted herself on the back of the court, and yeah, like you said, like really just absorbed all the blows, and Iga's forehand was fired on a couple of big points.
Getting a very quick advert in between the second and the third set there for Andy's match. Are you guys gonna watch that? I know. Well, it's a big match, regardless of whether or not you're a Murray fan. So I don't know. Are you guys gonna turn that one on?
No, I mean it's at 2:30 a.m. more or less.
Oh my God, is it? Again, I haven't checked this court schedule.
For me, at least.
I probably won't be watching it either. Then I can't stay up that late.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, at night today, I feel like Alcaraz Hurkacz is more of a priority than Murray Sinner for me, at least.
Yeah, fair.
So, if I get to watch anything tonight, maybe that would be good for Hurkacz if we do. But yeah, if I get to watch any match at night today, it's gonna be Alcaraz Hurkacz rather than Murray Sinner.
Fair. That's fair. I'm intrigued to see how that one goes. Were you guys impressed with Alcaraz versus Shelton the other day, or what do you think?
Maybe that was also a 1 a.m.
Honestly, it was one of the rare highlight. It was one of those rare Alcaraz matches where there wasn't any highlight reel shot from him.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Shelton had a couple, but Carlos. That's a little bit out of the norm for Carlos. He usually has at least one moment, but it wasn't a great match, to be honest. Like, it was all right.
Yeah. We were just looking through the top 50 best returners of the year, Vanch, and in the process looking at the worst ones, basically, or I guess the best returners from the top 50.
Shelton is like 46 or 47 on that list.
I think he's 48 or 49, pretty sure, because he was in the bottom two.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is that a hole in the game?
Shelton was 50th. Shelton was 50th. Shelton was actually.
He was the worst. He was the worst.
Is Hurkacz in the bottom 5?
Bottom 3, yeah.
Yeah, he was third worst. What do you think, Vanch? Is that a hole that could be patched up?
I believe so, but most of it is like on the backhand. I feel like just misses too much, and then he just loses his rally temperament a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he tries to mix it up with the slice, but doesn't really like absorb pace very well on the return. Like he doesn't really. He was trying different return tactics against Alcaraz. Like sometimes he was going a little further back, trying to take bigger cuts. But that is definitely an area that needs to get way better because that's kind of holding him back. Actually, like that's why he's only won 6 matches since Australian Open.
Are you counting the ones on the Challenger Tour or not?
Oh, okay, yeah, ATP level. But I guess he did win some in Cagliari stuff. But...
I gotta do it. I didn't even know because I don't know if it's 6 or whatever. But obviously at the Challenger level, it's just one event, but Cagliari. So it's gonna be 8, I guess. even the match even ended on a missed return, and I know it's not really the best indicator, but I thought it was a very timely ending to Shelton Alcaraz. Yeah, he still had 3 breakpoints.
Yeah, he did.
And
So did
overall,
Alcaraz.
it was still like, for Shelton at least, it was a very decent showing, and maybe something that will revive him a bit. I think maybe along with this Washington doubles final run. Because against Shang both times it just didn't seem like he's having the most fun on the court, at least in patches, which is exactly
for his
like
game.
what that's what Ben Shelton needs to have, fun. He needs to have that energy. So
yeah, the Shang match was pretty. I watched quite a lot of that actually, and he was getting
Washington or
broken
Atlanta.
I forgot he played him twice. Sorry, Washington was when I saw him.
Washington was a bit better, but the first set, I think especially, he was like so lethargic in it.
Yeah. I just looked like any rally basically was going to go Shang's way. Yeah, it was. I hope that's not the Shelton that we're going to see for years to come. It's unlikely, obviously, but he's got a lot of talent. But
he's got his
at the
dad
same
back
time,
with
it's
him like full
unlikely,
time now,
but
right?
Yeah, for like a couple of months now. Hasn't really changed much, I guess.
maybe also it's worth considering that, you know, if you've got a decent lefty forehand, that's nowhere near as effective against another lefty forehand. You know, maybe there's a matchup issue there as well in terms of rally temperament.
Shank is definitely tough for him, yeah.
Yeah. And what's Iga complaining about here? Has anybody got the sound on?
No.
Might just check it out. Rain, unfortunately.
Really?
Yes, we might be getting delayed here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. There's rain in Toronto as well, right?
Yeah.
The first tiebreak between Wood and
it is, although it seems that they're coming back in Toronto actually, because I see that McDonald and Raonic could be coming back.
So McDonald is,
Yeah.
McDonald Raonic.
So
that's
are they getting off the court or not?
He is making a move. She's doing something. We'll find it in a second. I think.
Yeah.
I think we're delayed. Yeah, I think we're
delayed.
She's
packed up her stuff.
Okie doke. Yeah. In that
I was waiting to see if the notebook would make an appearance. I guess it's not that desperate yet.
It has earlier.
Oh, it did? Okay, yeah. I think I was in. Oh, when was that?
I don't know. I mean, there was a changeover, and and they showed her notebook. Anyway, I'm gonna text John to see, if he can like set everything up here for someone to return here after the break.
Oh yeah, I think McDonald and Brown just started, and I think Wood is just getting underway too. So we got the men's matches.
We'll have something to watch while Swiatek is gone.
It is a good moment for me to bow out anyway, to be fair, guys, because I do need to go for 8. I might as well just get my dinner beforehand. So I am going to love you and leave you. I think, not to get too producey on here, but Damien, you've got access to the end broadcasting and stuff, right?
I can also set everything up for the rain delay, but cool. John would be better at it. He has just texted me back that he will be here in a second. So
cool. Okay, well I'm gonna leave for now. I might be able to come back later on. Maybe see you guys later on. Yeah.
Sure.
Good to see you both.
Likewise.
See you soon.
See you.
Yeah.
So guys, basically John will get here in a moment, and then we'll go for a rain delay, and hopefully at least one of us will be able to be back here when they're back on the court. We don't know when that will be, but at least for the next few hours I should be able to return.
Hopefully.
I believe so. I'm also gonna try to watch Hurkacz Alcaraz today. I just don't know if it's a possibility.
That would be at 1 a.m. for you, right?
I will attempt.
Oh yeah, but actually not sure now because of the
Yeah.
rain.
Okay. So John actually wants me to do this. So sure. Yeah. So basically, I'm just gonna write up a banner which says that there's some rain. Is there a prepared one? I don't think so. Okay, I'm just gonna say match suspended due to rain. Add the banner, and now we should have it on the screen. Once more. Yeah, now we have it on the screen, and now I'm also gonna find wherever is that thing, daydreaming or whatever is the music that John wanted to put me on. I have it, so I'm gonna put everyone, including us. So us backstage, and yeah, maybe we'll see you guys after the rain delay is done. Hopefully, depending on how long it is, we're gonna try to monitor the situation, and hopefully, at least one of us will be able to be back here. So yeah, Vansh, I'm putting you backstage in a second, along with myself, of course.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a lengthy break whilst, of course, over in Montreal, there is teeming rain at the moment, and so they will not be coming back on court for at least another half an hour. However, in Toronto, where the men are playing, it is dry. We do have a situation here, though, between Musetti and Medvedev, where Musetti has just broken back. He was a breakdown in this set, but he's now broken back, and he's trying to play some tennis to win the first point here, although he's lost it because Medvedev goes behind him. So it's 15-love to Daniel Medvedev. Couldn't quite do a Carlitos there with the back sort of behind shot. Was unable to pull that one off. For those of you just joining in, it is raining in Montreal, but it is dry in Toronto. So the weather in Toronto is much better, and therefore they are playing tennis there, and we are watching Daniel Medvedev against Musetti. Davidovich Fokina, by the way, he was a winner earlier on today in a tight 3-setter with Casper Ruud. McDonald ended the Raonic dream and the Raonic fun, if you like. And so he is through as well. And I'm seeing Medvedev on the backhand here. Backhand slice for Musetti. Good depth there. Backhand again, slice there from Medvedev. Good backhand there from Musetti. Forehand Musetti. Backhand Medvedev. This is turning into a pretty good rally here. Backhand slice there. Forehand from Medvedev. Backhand slice again from Musetti. Deploying the slice. We know a lot of people in the past have had great success with that, although Musetti did not do so there with the backhand down the line. And it's love 30 on the Italians' serve. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done so already. We apologize for some of the disruptions today, but what can we do about the weather? Almost nothing. In fact, honestly, nothing. Love 30 on the Musetti serve. He's just broken back, but can he consolidate? Going into the net on the first serve. So it's going to be a second serve for Medvedev to look at here, as he stands about 4 meters behind the baseline, I would guess. Forehand return from Medi. Takes up a central position, of course, as he would. Backhand slice there from Musetti. Forehand from Musetti. I tell you what, Medvedev is dealing with the slice pretty well today. If that's the tactic, today, thus far, it's not working. Backhand there. Forehand from Medvedev. This is a huge point, by the way. And Musetti goes long with a forehand slice. And it is love 40, ladies and gentlemen, on the Musetti serve. Over on another court, we have Fritz against de Minaur, and they are into a tie break there at the end of the first set. The number 8 seed there is 1-2 down, albeit that they are on serve. Having a look at our poll from earlier on between Swiatek and Muchova, most people understandably edging towards Swiatek, although they are due, when they do resume, at the beginning of the third set. Musetti here serving, love 40. Backhand return from Medvedev, excellent depth on that, and it's forced the error. Medvedev has broken, 4-3 he leads in the second set. Well, feels a long way back right now for the Italian, but then I guess it did the same before. That's the score, by the way, in this Swiatek Muchova match, as and when they resume, following a similar pattern, by the way, to what they had in Paris earlier, where Swiatek took the first set quite comfortably with a couple of breaks of serve. Muchova then came back to win the second, and we all know how that ended in Paris. However, we don't know how it's going to end yet here in Montreal, and we won't know for at least another half an hour or so, because they will not be resuming play until at least half past the hour, so another 22 minutes until the absolute earliest that they resume play. What do we think about Casper Ruud earlier, losing in 3 sets to Davidovich Fokina? I think it's Casper's first hardcourt tournament since probably Miami. Do we see Casper repeating his New York heroics of last year? What about Andy Murray up against Yannick Sinner later on? Maybe you fancy his chances. In the meantime, we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. All things tennis indeed. We're at 30 all here on the Medvedev serve, although he was love 30 down, courtesy of a nice forehand winner, helping him to retrieve the situation a little bit at least. Yes, of course, he's trying to eke out a 5-3 lead. As I said, the Swiatek Muchova match currently, for those of you just tuning in for that particular encounter, has been reigning there for about 2.5 hours, I would suggest. And there will not be any play resumed for at least another 20 minutes. McDonald today ending the Ryanic Canadian dream 6-3, 6-3 in straight sets. What a week, by the way, McDonald is having. I think he knocked out Rublev to a lot of surprise earlier in the week. And yeah. So 30 all, Musetti Medvedev. Medvedev is 4-3 up in this second set, trying to get a 5-3 lead. He is serving. Fritz and de Minaur. De Minaur, by the way, has 3 set points over on that particular court. So de Minaur looking to take a 1-set-to-love lead. Talking of leads, Daniil Medvedev has a 1-set-to-love lead, and now he has a 5-games-to-3 lead as well. So a long way back for the Italian right now. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you hit that like button, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you are new. What do we think about Danielle Collins, by the way? She's having a heck of a week, having beaten Maria Sakkari last night. And where do we stand with Maria Sakkari right now? Well, probably the same place as we have done for the last 2 years. Looking here at the tiebreak between Fritz and de Minaur, I'm just having a quick look at that right now. We've got the backhand there. We're at 3-set points for the Australian. He just gets it over the net. Fritz comes into the net. He's got a fairly easy volley, puts it away, 6-4. 6-4 now in this tiebreak between Fritz and de Minaur. Still 2 more set points for the American to defend. But he'll feel slightly better after that previous point. Taylor Fritz, of course, has won a Masters 1000 in the past, winning in Indian Wells last year. Forehand return from Taylor. Forehand from de Minaur. Backhand Taylor. Good depth there from Taylor, to be fair. Forehand, though, now they're very much in a neutral valley as they exchange backhands. De Minaur switching it up. Taylor on the defensive. Good depth there, though, from Taylor. Really close to the net there from de Minaur. De Minaur playing the attacker here. He's coming to the net. Now it's Taylor Fritz. Oh, what a point. Taylor Fritz, take a bow. 5-6 now, and we're back on serve. Hey, Mohammed. Nice of you to join us. Make sure you hit the like button. I think you already have. Who are you supporting today, Mohammed? Who's your favorite player? Who are you seeking out? Taylor Fritz here serving at 5-6 on the scoreboard in this first set tiebreak, which is lending itself to a much more favorable position than it was a few minutes ago. Fourth set point he's defending. Goes down the tee and it's an ace. He's saved 4 set points. 6 points all. De Minaur, how will he be feeling from now? Taylor Fritz has hit 10 aces in the match so far, and de Minaur 0. Six games all, 6 points all. Taylor Fritz, Alex de Minaur. Over on another court there, we have Musetti against Medvedev. Medvedev is serving for the match. Forehand return here. So Fritz now must be feeling good, but he's just dumped a forehand into the net. 7-6 de Minaur, set point number 5 for the Australian. Set point number 5. The previous 4 was at 6-2 in the tiebreak. He couldn't capitalize on any of them. And at 6-all, you're thinking Fritz is the favorite right now. But Fritz dumps a forehand into the net. De Minaur goes into the net on the first serve. Backhand return from Taylor. Backhand now, forehand Taylor. Forehand to the backhand of Taylor Fritz. Backhand now, back exchange of backhands. Don't forget this point is crucial as to who's going to win this set. And Taylor Fritz, what a forehand! 7 points all. That's 5 set points for de Minaur that have come and gone. Punching the air with delight there, Taylor. McDonald beating Varnich in straight sets. And Swiatek and Muchova are still waiting for it to dry out. 7 points all here. Taylor Fritz, Alex de Minaur. Backhand return from Taylor. Backhand from Taylor. Backhand to backhand right now. Backhand slice from de Minaur, but that's not troubling Fritz at all. Forehand again from Fritz has gone wide. We're back on the Fritz serve, but it's 7-8, and we've got set point number 6 for Alex de Minaur. And Daniel Medvedev has closed it out. So Daniel Medvedev has won 6-4, 6-4. Set point number 6 for Alex de Minaur, 7-8. Taylor Fritz to serve. Hits the first serve into the net. Forehand Taylor Fritz goes long, and Alex de Minaur wins the first set, ladies and gentlemen. And we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Yes, so as you can see, Daniil Medvedev winning there 6-4, 6-4 in straight sets. The hard court expert, as he called himself in Indian Wells in a very funny manner to the umpire. Signs the camera in victory. He'll be giving his victory speech very shortly. He's got a smile as well on his face, and so he should. Where is Daniil Medvedev in the rankings of favorites for the US Open? I guess third for most people, and I'm sure that the bookmakers reflect that too. Would imagine it's a distant third, but his performance in the next couple of tournaments, both here in Canada but also in Cincinnati, will tell us a lot more. So, to confirm, Alex de Minaur has won the first set against Taylor Fritz. And earlier today, we had McDonald beaten Raonic 6-3, 6-3 to end the Canadians' dream. Over in Montreal, we have Swiatek and Muchova at 1 set apiece, but they have currently incurred a rain delay. Let's have a quick look to see if there's been any development on that rain delay. Yes, let's have a quick look. Oh, Davidovich Fokina as well, beating Casper Ruud in a deciding set tiebreak earlier. And apparently Holger Rune, as a result, will be promoted to world number 5. But I believe Holger Rune is out of the tournament. Let's see if there's any update on the weather in Montreal. Some nice pictures here of Muchova warming up beforehand. But that won't tell us much about the weather right now. Yes, this was the latest that we heard regarding the weather there. No expectation of any weather anytime soon. That was posted about an hour ago. I don't know what that 8:30 GMT suggests, because I think that's going to be much, much later than that. Let me take a short break while I figure out when the weather might dry out in Montreal. Yes, so as you can see, this is the order of play. We've got Swiatek, Muchova, which are one set apiece right now, followed by Vondrousova, Coco Gauff, Leila Fernandez, Daniel Collins, Samsonova, and Sabalenka will round off the day's play, at least on centre court. Courts are drying there, apparently, so we may get some action pretty soon. Before that tweet, the most recent tweet was this one where it's been suspended due to rain, but actually I think there was another one as well that suggested they would not play until 5:30 p.m. local time, which is 10:30 p.m. GMT, 11:30 p.m. Central European time. So that is the current state of play. If they resume play shortly in Montreal, we will be with it. In the meantime, we will take a slightly longer break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.